Good evening. Welcome to our meeting, and thank you for joining us tonight, this afternoon. We're getting ready to call this meeting to order, so it is January the 24th, 2023, and it is 6:30. This meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called. That notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 55.043 of the Texas Government Code. Item number B, we'll start with pledges to the United States flag and the Texas flag, followed by a moment of silence. And today, our pledges will be led by Garrett Block, Seguin High School senior.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
And we'll pause for a little bit of silence. Okay, so now we'll move on to item C, which is the superintendent announcements.
Good evening, Matador Nation. On January is School Board Recognition Month, and I want to take this opportunity to personally thank our Board of Trustees, Alejandro Guerra, Carl Jenkins, Ben Amador, Cindy Thomas Jimenez, Linda Duncan, Denise Cretenden, and Joshua Bright for their leadership and service. As trustees, these individuals dedicate countless hours in meetings, workshops, trainings, extracurricular activities, campus and community events while serving as advocates for the students and staff of Seguin ISD. The theme for this year's School Board Recognition Month is Forward Together. And based upon your support for our students, you are indeed creating opportunities for our children to make forward progress and success as students and as citizens. On behalf of Seguin ISD, please know that we appreciate all that you do for our school district. As a special treat for School Board Recognition Month, tonight we have the Jefferson Elementary School Drum Company under the direction of educator Keith Robinson.
School Board, we thank you for having us here. Dr. Gutierrez, thank you for having us here. My name is Keith Robinson. I'm the director of Jefferson Drum Company. I'm the music teacher at Jefferson Avenue Elementary School, and we are glad to share our music with you today. Community and parents, nice to have you here too. Sorry, I'm turning my back to you. At the beginning of the school year, the teachers and administrators, we said, what is our theme going to be for this school year? And the theme was level up. And so if you're a gamer, you know that you don't want to get stuck on level, probably 948 or something. You got to get to 949. But we say one of the things that the Tubanos will be saying inside their heads as they play is, don't get stuck, don't get stuck, don't get stuck on level 1. So we don't want to get stuck where we're at. We want to try to level up some more, level up some more. So the name of our ensemble that we're going to perform for you today is called Level Up.
Level up, Jefferson! Level up, everyone!
Thank you so much, Jefferson Drum Company. It is always an absolute pleasure to hear you. Thank you for coming and celebrating our Board of Trustees tonight.
No, thank you very much. That was a very awesome performance for the kids. The next item is 1D, which is the board members' reports. And this is a time where the board members, most of us attend different events or activities throughout the school district, the school campuses. So at this time, we just focus on one highlight from the event that we went to or participated in. And we'll start with Mr. Benamador and work along this way.
I wish to state that Jefferson team, they did a real good job and I like it. Other than that, I have nothing else to report.
I attended a pep rally at Seguin High School, and I loved that. It was great to see all the students. It's voluntary whether you go to the pep rally, and so it was nice to see how many kids, really wanted to go.
Nothing to report here. I attended several trainings, but the one that I enjoyed the most wasn't training. What happened here with the Spanish spelling bee, or called Concurso de Ortografía de Seguin ISD. Those kids did a wonderful job, and I was impressed with the Spanish spelling bee contest.
We had a Team of 8 training a couple weeks ago. It doesn't sound very exciting, I know, but we talked about the new STAR testing and the changes in the STAR test and accountability. And it was very enlightening. There's a lot of big changes taking place, and I just really wanted to say a thank you to our staff that's keeping in touch with all those changes and filtering it down to the administrators and to the teachers. So I have a lot of faith that we're in really good hands.
One thing I'd like to highlight, this was my third time this school year to see the Jefferson Drum Corps, company. And so I just am excited to hear you each and every time, knowing that in its beginnings, a grant was received from the Seguin Education Foundation, and it just warms my heart that they're still being utilized and used. So thank you, Mr. Robinson. And I also enjoyed all the performances during the MLK Day Committee Celebration Seguin ISD Talent Showcase. It was phenomenal. And the very ending just gave me chills, and I have to admit I got a little teary-eyed because they all came together, 250 students singing this song called One Voice, and it was just beautiful. So if you ever have an opportunity to go to that, I would suggest that you do. Very uplifting.
I haven't unfortunately been able to go to any of the events here at the Seguin ISD. I've been busy with my orientation for new board trustee. And I just wanted to echo what Ms. Thomas Jimenez was saying about how great our staff is here. I was at Region 20 last week for orientation code training, and there is some other districts there who are truly in shambles, and super fortunate to have the staff going through our orientation here, learn everybody here at Seguin ISD and how awesome y'all are. So, I know it's Board Appreciation Month this month, and thank you for everything, but honestly, it's because of you guys that we get to do what we do. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. And on behalf of the board, thanks for the gifts that this campus has provided. I know the kids put a lot of work into it. So moving on to agenda 2A, the campus highlights, and for this one I'll let Mr. Jenkins, since it's in this district.
This evening, we are matador proud to learn about activities and initiatives in our schools. Let's give a loud welcome to Potline Elementary School Principal Annalisa Rangel, who is here to update us on 3 of our campus committees at Potline. Thank you.
Happy School Board Appreciation Month, and I'm the proud principal of Potline Elementary, Annalisa Rangel.
And I am Lysandra Black, the Academic Dean at Potline Elementary. Thank you for having us.
So what I'm going to present tonight is the highlighting the work of our Potline committees. So this is my first year as Potline's principal. So we meet every week, once a month, and we have 4 committees that I'm going to highlight. 2 have been going on for several years, are in initiatives of the district. 2 I started this year and are a little unique to Potline. So I'm going to highlight them today. So our 4 committees is our Guiding Coalition, our Community and Parent Outreach, and then our Multilingual Campus Coalition, and then Positive Behavior Intervention System, or PBIS. So I'm going to highlight those committees and what they've been doing at our campus this year. So the purpose of these committees is we want to support our campus and district goals. Everything that goes through those committees support those goals. Stakeholders have a voice. I have parents involved, district community, teachers, and I'm going to start adding our student council will be subcommittees of these committees. So they'll also have student voice. All teachers are included, and every committee teachers are on a separate one. So it's going to provide better instruction and experience for all our students and then enhance our campus culture. So our committees are every Tuesday morning from 7:45 to 8:15, and we have our schedule. And I did that on purpose so that everybody's involved, and then I didn't want to take away from ACE, so I made them in the morning so that everybody can be involved. So this, when I was working on this presentation, I thought this quote spoke to me. Unity is strength. When there's teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. So these committees are focusing on our 3 campus goals, and they're woven out throughout. So the first committee we have is our Guiding Coalition. Most campuses do have that. That's my team leads are on that committee. Parents, community members, business partners, and included. That was one of our first meetings. So we have a lot of different voices on that committee. I'm very excited that we have Ms. Stotzenberger, which is Ms. Potline's daughter, on that committee, and she joins us once a month. So this committee also serves as our site-based decision-making committee. So we are a Title I campus, and where we spend our Title I funds, our committee filters do that. We review it at these meetings. We also plan and organize all our academic nights for this committee, and then academic data, and how are we going to support academics through those goals. So this committee is like our first lens of that. Our second committee was very important to me, community and parent outreach. We closed our doors to our campuses for a couple of years because of COVID. I wanted to open it up. And so one of those committees just highlights that, to increase our parent involvement. Through that, I know y'all heard about the Parenting Partner class. So Ms. Gomez, our counselor, runs that, and she's the one that gets this committee going every week. We are very fortunate that we have 2 adopters this year, Pecan City this fall, and Jean and Karen. And so they've been coming to our committees and embedding themselves. They've taken place in our turkey bingo. We did a tips and treats. So we want them to be seen on our campus, that they're a part of our program. They've done incentives for our attendance and appreciated our teachers throughout the year. And we've also increased our PTC membership this year with the help of this committee. So we doubled it from last year. And then of course we have partnerships with Seguin, PD, HEB, and more. I didn't even list all of them here. Our next thing, Ms. Black is going to take over this slide.
Good evening. So I'm here to speak to you about our Multilingual Campus Coalition, which we started at Potline Elementary last year under the leadership of Mrs. Guzman. However, we are continuing to grow and expand our horizons under the courageous leadership of Mrs. Rangel. And so the goal of this particular committee is basically we want to support and promote our dual language program. And part of that means that we want to be able to showcase student progress within the program, whether it be academic or whether it be linguistic. And so we want to do that through the activities that take place at our campus. We also want to promote a culturally sensitive school environment. And so one of the things that our committee has done is talked about the actual campus environment. What does it look like? When you walk into our school, can you tell that we are a dual language campus and that we're proud of it? And so, and what do we need to do to make that happen? By posting student work, which is part of showcasing our students' progress within the program. Another is also exposing our students and our community just to other cultures, right? We want to promote that sensitivity by exposing them through the different activities that we have. And we have some examples of those there. It's also a community outreach program, right? So by the activities that we have at our campus, we're inviting the community to come in. For example, we had our Christmas Around the World, where different grade levels were able to showcase how the different traditions throughout the world are celebrated at Christmas time. And so that's just one of the small things that we've done. And looking forward, coming up in the spring, we want to celebrate El Día del Libro, Día del Niño, by having a celebration of families where we're inviting families and parents to come have a picnic at our school. And so, again, we're continuing to grow, and we meet as a committee to brainstorm more ideas. We want to eventually be able to include community members in this particular coalition and student voice as well. And so that is in the future. So thank you very much.
Our last committee is our PBIS, which stands for Positive Behavior Intervention System. This one has been around, and it's one that you need because you're reviewing your campus-wide systems, analyzing discipline data, and brainstorming solutions as a committee. So if we have a problem in one area, that committee looks at it as a whole, because more heads are better than one when it comes to problem solving. This committee provides school-wide incentives. Ours is pot-on cash, and then it's a positive reinforcement to promote student confidence. So that's our 4 committees. And all these 4 committees support our campus goals, which when I took pot one over, these were the ones that I came into the interview, this is what I wanted to do. So increase staff satisfaction and retain teachers, improve student learning through instructional practices, and then engage parent and community members. So the work of those committees work towards those 3 goals. So any questions? Sorry, that's a lot.
I was just going to say I appreciate y'all coming. Can't see anything. Appreciate y'all coming out this evening. And Potlawn is a campus that I know y'all have a lot of struggles, and it's so great. You have so much community participation there. I've seen it there, and it just seems to get stronger and stronger every year. So I'm glad that you're working towards these 3 goals. They're very admirable.
Thank you, Potlawn, and thank you to your team who is here to support you both for this presentation. You all are pouring your heart into everything, and it's evident that you're very intentional with all of the actions that you are doing to ensure that those experiences are meaningful to kids, to parents, and to teachers.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. G, can we get make sure we get that event for the spring event on our calendars?
Yes.
For that?
April last Friday.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item 2B, student, staff, board, communication, and recognition. And I'll pass it over to Dr. Gutierrez.
We're going to begin with the Apple Award. Our January Apple Award recipient has dedicated 31 years to believing that his students can achieve great things. We have been very fortunate to have him with us here at Seguin ISD for the past 29 years, truly making an impact on our students. He has taught at Kinnicky and Jefferson elementary schools. He has effectively instilled a love for music and percussion within his students for many years. Most recently, he has taken the initiative to offer breathing meditations to help alleviate stress and encourage wellness among the Seguin ISD staff. Please join me in congratulating Jefferson Elementary School music teacher, Mr. Keith Robinson.
Good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Gutierrez, and trustees. As you know, each month we are proud to honor 3 superintendent students of the month. We have many talented students in Seguin ISD, and somehow we whittle them down to 3 a month. And it's a pleasure tonight to have our first recognized student. His name is Mason Vaquera. Come on out, Mason. Mason, your family can come up for the photo op as well. Mason is a 3rd grade student at Potlawn Elementary School, and his teacher, Miss Lawhorn, notes that Mason embodies the Potlawn Pledge. He is extremely responsible, cooperative, safe, and kind every day. Mason works extremely hard and sets goals for himself. He goes the extra mile and has a great sense of humor. Potlawn is indeed lucky to have him. Mason's parents are Charlene and George Vaquera, and congratulations, Mason. Congratulations, Mason. Our next honoree this evening is Laura Hernandez Barragan. Laura is an 8th grade student at Barnes Middle School, where she is involved in athletics, band, and cheerleading. Her teachers report she is extremely polite and respectful. Laura is always prepared, on time, and is quick to offer help to her fellow students. She is truly a role model and is deserving of this honor tonight based upon all the input from her teachers and Mr. Schmidt. Laura's mother is Alicia Barragan, and once again, Laura, congratulations. Our next student, for those of us who have been at the district for quite a while, you may remember seeing him in the hallways at Vogel. He's probably about 4 feet tall. He's a senior at Seguin High School now. He grew big quick, and his name is Garrett Block. Garrett is currently ranked in the top 10 of Seguin High School's class of 2023. And when he's not busy tending to his outstanding academic record, he's busy participating as an officer in FFA, National Honor Society, and varsity tennis. Garrett has his sights set on attending University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, where he has already been accepted after graduating from Seguin High School this spring. Dr. Escobar and the entire Seguin High School faculty and staff overwhelmingly agree that Garrett makes every day a what?
Great day to be a man.
You got it. His parents are Janet and Justin Block. Congratulations, Garrett.
This time we'll go to item agenda number 3, which is audience with the board. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with Board Policy BED Local. 3A, those wishing to speak shall sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern, noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate any subject that is not on the posted agenda. And we do have one individual, Mr. Paul Martin, who's going to speak to us about MLK and educational, ecology of education.
Mr. Martin, I'll be your timer.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Well, I shouldn't say this, but I've changed my idea about what I'm going to say tonight about 4 times today, so it might be a little disjointed. I just suddenly decided to do it a little differently about 5 minutes ago. But anyway, I do want to thank y'all for what y'all did, or at least most of y'all on board here in 2022, and I look forward to seeing all the great things y'all do along with Geddes in 2023. And as I've said before, I know y'all are a great board. I did give y'all a handout, and you know, if there's some, shouldn't say this either, but some crazy person out there that would like to see the handout and read it, you can get it on paulpeaceparables.com on my blog, if you'd like to read it. And basically, in so many words, it's saying, you know, we really ought to look at what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said. Read it and absorb it. He was truly, I did that on Martin Luther King Day, associated with the march from PLU back to the town square. You know, and obviously I didn't read all of it, but I did scan through. I did do some Googling and scan through some of it. And it's amazing what he said, not only about, you know, problems with racism, getting along, but he had some real problems with the world system and with our system. And I'll go ahead and use the word capitalism and militarism. It's really good stuff. Read it. The other thing is, at the end of that handout, I listed some readings that I think can help everyone in terms of learning and facilitating learning. And obviously they are part of ecological reading. There's this guy, David Orr, that I came to know about, and actually have heard him talk a couple of times from Oberlin College up in the Midwest, who said that All education is ecological education. All education, is that why it's doing all that? I'm sorry. Okay, but all education is ecological education. And some of the words that were pinging through my head for obvious reasons today as I was coming back from the Wellness Center before I came over here. These words, and I might get cut off here in a minute and that'll be okay, but if you think about these words in the definition, ignorance, education, indoctrination, and facilitated learning. We're all connected. You know, Annalisa Rangel out here, we got connected way back at Our Lady of Guadalupe back, I think it was the 7th grade, might have been the 8th grade. Can you believe that? You know, Annalisa from way back when. And I was trying to facilitate learning. You know, I learned a lot more from her than she learned from me. And then Annalisa Vargas, who I met more recently, but she's from that city where my mom was born and raised. There's all kinds of connections for you out here. He didn't like me to mention it, but you know, I even know him, you know, from tennis. We need to use those connections. That's what ecology is all about, applied ecology. We need to use those connections for the good of all, for everyone, not only the human beings, but other species. And we're not doing a very good job of it. And if you don't believe it, go back and read what Dr. Martin Luther King said, you know, back a while back. He was a young man. He died at 39. And go back and read that. He knew a lot about ecological education. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, on Martin Luther King's comments and the ecological education. We're now going to move to item number 4 on the agenda, which is reports, information, and items. Item A is going to be college, career, and military readiness updates, Seguin Early College, High School, and P-Tech. And here comes the CMR team.
Is that okay? Okay. Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, Mr. Alejandro, and fellow esteemed board members. We typically present on early college high school, but we have broadened the topic to college, career, military readiness because it's very important and something that we are really focused on right now. And so that's why you see the shift to CCMR versus just early college high school. So my name is Annalisa Vargas. I'm the director of CCMR, and we do have the rest of the CCMR team here. And so I will share a slide with everyone, their titles and their roles here shortly. We're going to talk about a couple of things. We're going to talk about accountability and the framework for CCMR, which is extremely important. But really, if you look at line 2, the culture is what we want to talk about, right? Because we're all here for the same reason. You're here for the same reason that we are, and that's to make sure that our students are ready to do whatever it is they want to do after they leave Seguin High School. And so that's really why we're talking about a culture and a shift to that emphasis. We'll talk about district-wide initiatives, early college, high school, and P-Tech, and then dual credits. And I'm going to let the CCMR team introduce themselves before we get started.
Hi, my name is Melissa Haas. I'm the CCMR coordinator.
I'm Terry Johnston. I'm the college pathway specialist.
And I'm Rick Moore. I'm the career and technical education director for the district.
So let's talk about CCMR first and the accountability side of things. And so you're very familiar with this. You've seen and you're aware of the 3 domains as far as the accountability and what we're evaluated by as far as TEA goes. So you can see student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps. But what I've added are the 3 lovely arrows with CCMR as an indicator or a way to display that CCMR evaluation is embedded in every single aspect, in every single domain. And that's extremely important for us to realize because it is something, I think that maybe we've kind of thought, okay, maybe it's just one area, but it really is in every aspect of the 3 domains. What are the existing indicators? I know you're familiar with some of these as well, but you can see the college ready. One of the big things that we emphasize that we really try to support is TSIA, and Ms. Haas will talk about that in a little bit. Our students fare better on the TSI assessments, but dual credit, TSI, SAT, ACT, AP exams, an associate degree as well. Military ready, this was removed from accountability, but now it's come back. And so we will be held accountable as far as to determine and identify which students actually are enlisting, and we do offer the ASVAB twice a year. And then career ready that Mr. Wu can also touch on as well. So what is the data? What does the data look like? And so for 2022, this is where we stood, okay? But also know that there is a gap or a lag in the data. So this is an overview of the class of 2021. So there is a lag in the data and how we are evaluated. So you can see that for TSIA, met both for ELAR and math, we were extremely close. So the state was at 31 and we were at 26%. So that is extremely close. For the ELAR, we actually did better than the state. And that is a celebration to be proud of, something that we are extremely proud of. But if you look at math, that is one of the areas, and that's something that we've been talking about for a while, probably even more so lately, so something that we need to work on. So there is a big discrepancy there as far as the district and the state. AP, 10 to 21%. Dual credit, again, very, very close, and I think that says a lot because we've been able to grow our dual credit program over the last 8 to 10 years. We started with just about 3 or 4 dual credit classes, and now we offer over 15. So I think that says a lot because we've increased the opportunities for our students. And certifications, we are going to surpass the state. Mr. Wu can confirm, I think that we're going to have a lot to celebrate on that. Do you want to add anything?
That number's from 2021. The number for 2022 is, I believe, 14.3%, and we're already above that for this year's graduating class that still has 3 months to take the test.
So the AP numbers that enrolled in AP or that passed the AP exam?
Scored 3 or higher. Yes. So what has that brought us to? If we think about, okay, this is where we stand, this is what we need to do. As far as the district strategic goals, you're well aware of the 7. But I have again put the lovely red arrows there to indicate that CCMR, those 3 goals are going to impact CCMR. Obviously, goal 3 is targeted specifically at CCMR, okay? But one of the culture things that we've decided to, we've talked to all of our principals about, we've talked to academic deans, we've talked to the counselors district-wide, that CCMR is not just a high school responsibility. It starts in pre-K and kindergarten, so we're really trying to shift the culture and span out to where it is something that we talk about, that we're working on, that we're emphasizing, that we're focusing on as early as pre-K and kindergarten. And so that way, with vertical alignment from one campus to the next, from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school, our hope is to close the gap, right? So that when our students move from 5th grade to 6th grade, there's less of a gap. When they move from 8th grade to 9th grade, less of a gap. So really trying to close those gaps and focus on that piece. And so we feel confident that if goal 1 and goal 2 are met and improved, then CCMR is going to improve as well. Again, shifting that culture to, it's not just the high school responsibility, we need to start earlier. And so we'll talk about one of the things that we've done to involve and include all of the campuses district-wide, but just to give you an idea of what our hope is with those first 3 strategic goals.
Hello. We're going to talk a little bit about our CCMR systems that we have in place. We have expanded our team. We've recruited some amazing people to help us out. We've got people in technology, special education, attendance, to make sure that our kids are coded correctly. Because we have found out that we make mistakes, and so we've got more hands on board, more eyes, to make sure that we get all of the credit that we deserve for our students who are achieving these different domains. We are meeting, we had a meeting, there are about 20 people around the table, and it was really awesome to hear everybody talking about CCMR and making sure that each person knows what their role is in this process. We have presented to our faculty, to our district counselors, our administrators, and just hearing people talk more about CCMR. What does that mean? And that's a tiny celebration for us, but it's a huge celebration because these are things that people usually are like, what is that? What are you talking about? So now it seems to matter a little bit more to many more people. One of the great things that we do, this is coming up in April, is we have personal graduation plan meetings with 8th grade students and their parents to track out not only their courses for high school, but what are their goals and how do they think they could maybe reach CCMR goals. And so those are important conversations. All of our 8th grade parents and students have that opportunity at the middle schools. Our awareness has increased. That's one of our goals. It's a work in progress. We have a website. We have a CCMR calendar. You're going to see more videos, more banners as we start advertising and expanding with our P-Tech program. And so we're just really excited to, first of all, have the tools to be able to do these things. And so many people were like, hey, can you help us with a banner? Yeah, we'd love to. And so that's just amazing to have that support. We have new positions, my position and our college pathway specialist to help support students in other areas to help them be ready to reach their goals. And then our vertical alignment, this is really a big goal of mine, is how do we make this relevant for elementary? How do we support the teachers as we start to expand our programs? And how do we make this real for people? We know that you can't just ask a kindergartner where they want to go to college. That's not CCMR ready. That's lovely, but we need to get real about those conversations. So we've identified CCMR teams at a principals meeting, and every principal came up with a goal to achieve by the end of this school year. So that was exciting. Our CCMR support, definitely growing. We have a team, we have a staff that now includes all of you because you're hearing our presentation. Our AVID and TRIO programs at the high school. AVID is a class that every early college high school student must take as part of their program. We also have AVID at the middle schools and some of the elementary schools. Our TRIO program is a grant that we received for 5 years. We have 3 adults on our campus full-time to help students with FAFSA, college applications, and scholarships. They also take these students on field trips and support them. It takes a little bit off of our counselor's plate just to have these extra people there who are experts in getting kids the most money that they can for FAFSA and for scholarships. So that's really exciting. One of the things that we've been working really hard on this year is the middle column, increasing our testing opportunities and test preparation. We offer the TSI test on our campus at Seguin High School because we are a testing site. Not all schools are testing sites, so we can offer the test for free. There are some places that charge their students for every test, so we really try to monopolize on the fact that we've got this here, we can do this, and we can also offer the intervention and preparation before you retest. That's why our data is so important, so that we can look at student strengths and weaknesses and then help support them along the way so that they can make it. We offer the PSAT and SAT during the school day. We have a school day SAT coming up in March for juniors and seniors. The ACT test is given at Seguin High School on Saturdays. Our ASVAB test is given in the fall and the spring, and we also offer ASVAB interpretation for our students who are interested. And then advanced placement courses and testing are offered. One of our goals is to expand our CCMR programs, and we are doing that by recruiting more and more students to become part of early college high school or even take a dual credit class. We have students who don't believe they can. What do you mean I can take a college class? And I'm like, yeah, you can do this. And so that's really exciting. Our P-Tech program you'll hear more about. We're recruiting our 8th graders. We've started that process, and we're really going to be hitting that hard in the next few months because they'll be our first class ever to be part of our P-Tech. And then we have our dual credit programs and, of course, many opportunities through CTE. The last column is really something that Mr. Booth did an amazing job of making sure that our students have the best. That our students have the best instructional materials, the best instructors, and the best preparations to take those CTE certifications. Those are hard tests. And there's a misconception about, oh, they're taking a welding test. Well, guess what? They have to read and write on grade level. They have to be able to do math. And so you see all those things kind of overlapping and becoming more and more important.
Dr. Gutierrez, members of the board. As we move forward, we're looking at TEA, as you know, is changing the accountability system. And actually, it's going to be effective the end of this year. We're still in the process of developing it for CCMR. And the proposal that is currently on the plate at the state level is changing the cut scores for CCMR. Because what they've done is they've looked at it and when they initially set it, to get an A in college career military readiness was set at 60. As they've looked at that, the current state average for school districts is 65. 65% of students meet CCMR. And so, and we'll talk about how that number has been developed, but the proposed cut scores for districts that are out there and are open for feedback at this time is moving it to 88% for an A, 78% for a B, 64% for a C, and 51% for a D. Now, at the same time, these changes are being made and those proposed cut scores are going up so much significantly, they're also taking out ways that students can earn CCMR. And they are making some of the pathways towards CMR considerably more difficult. And so it's kind of, we're making it harder, but we're raising your expectations. That means we have our work cut out for us. Doesn't mean we can't do it, it just means we're gonna have to work really hard and really get our students on board to this. So those are the changes that are currently proposed. And so what we're doing, and a lot of this has been mentioned, we know that we need to get more than just the four of us understanding what CCMR is and college career military readiness, because we're very quick with CCMR, but we have to make sure people know college career and military readiness. And so we were in the strategic plan highlight. That was part of what we presented to the board in September. We did a super PLC at the high school where every high school teacher went through a presentation on college career and military readiness in the month of November. We presented to the District Education Improvement Committee in November as well. In December, all principals across the district were given a presentation again on college career and military readiness. And then we met with the high school counselors in January in this month. We're also meeting or met with all of the district counselors so that the elementary school counselors can begin to get on board and understand. It's like Ms. Vargas said, it's not just about wearing a college shirt on a Wednesday. That's great, and that awareness is good, but we have to go a little bit deeper. And then this meeting that we're presenting to you tonight, just making sure people are aware and knowing what it is. Some of our initiatives for this year, we are working really hard to get that elementary college career military readiness support. One of the things, and Ms. Vargas mentioned this, is a stakeholder on each campus was designated by the building principal during that December meeting. And so we now have a contact person at each campus so that we can work towards college career military readiness programming. And so that's one of the things we're doing. We're working with the academic deans and campus departments, wanting to implement areas of awareness and growth. The TSIA, what does TSIA mean? The reality is every 8th grader should know what TSIA means, because they have an opportunity to get free college the following year. But if they don't know what it means and the importance of it, then they're not going to take it seriously or consider what it means for them. We need to strengthen our timeline, our roles, and our expectations of the district-wide CCMR tracking team. We did have a meeting. It was a really good meeting, but we need to follow up on that. And we need to get everyone else on board as we move forward so that we are checking all of the coding, all of the things that are done. Because as you know, with TEA, it's not just a surface level. We have to go deep. We need to develop CCMR training for teachers, and that's for teachers at all levels, so that the 3rd grade teachers understand it, so that the 4th grade, 5th grade, high school, everyone understands what that is. We want to establish a CCMR webpage so that parents and students can go and get that information, have it readily be accessible on our new district website, which is much more easy and user-friendly. and provide that there. And then we're working with Mr. Cantu and his strategic planning group. I believe it is Student Experience, with that group on a district pathways initiative so that our students can begin a pathway towards high school as early as 2nd grade and moving up so that they get an understanding. Does it mean they're not going to change? No, they're going to change. But at least they know what the path is and what it leads to. Thank you.
Just wanted to provide a little bit of adult credit overview so you could compare where we were last year and now. And so you can see that we have a total of 276 students enrolled in comparison to the 266 last year at this time. So again, growth. We try to highlight a lot of growth so you could see that total DC enrollments, and that means that one student could take multiple courses. So 564 in comparison to last year's 529. So again, a good celebration and moving in the right direction as far as growth goes. I do want to reiterate, or at least say this, and I know we all know this, but Seguin ISD offers a lot. We have a lot of opportunities for our students. And we talked about this when we made our 8th grade presentations, and we talk about it all the time. The job that we need to be better about is making parents and students aware, because in comparison to New Braunfels and Kamal ISD and Navarro, we do a lot of good things for our students. So it's all about making them aware of those opportunities, and so that's really part of our job and part of our goal. This gives you a little overview of the ethnicity, and again, just to remind you, when it comes to the ECHS and the P-TECH outcome-based measures that we are evaluated on, our demographics have to mirror our district. So again, we're doing a good job of making sure that our demographics are mirrored by what we see in our district overall.
So students have 2 opportunities under our early college high school umbrella. Students can earn an associate's degree, that's 60 college hours with a degree, an applied arts degree, or they can earn up to 42 dual credit hours if they're not part of the associate's degree program. Coming in the fall of 2023 is our new P-TECH Academy. P-TECH stands for Pathways in Technology. We are one of the few high schools in the state of Texas that will be offering a pharmacy tech pathway. I haven't found anybody else yet that we've reached out to try to collaborate and talk, and people say, I think you're the first one. So this is really exciting and scary at the same time, because you have to kind of figure it out yourself. But we're real excited. Our students will be able to earn an associate's degree of applied science with a certification in pharmacy tech.
This is just a visual to give you an overview of where we stand for early college high school. Really something, we talk about those that are underrepresented and typically would not be attending college, and so a lot of our students are first generation students. The numbers are there for you. I won't read them off one by one, but I always like to reiterate the amount of savings that they have, and because tuition has increased, it's actually now a savings of over $16,000. So just a good visual. Those are graduates from last year. I'm excited about this year's graduation as well.
Okay, good evening, and I appreciate being here and the ability to introduce our college pathways in technology, which we are really working hard on right now. Our vision statement is that the P-TECH Academy will provide students with a seamless path from high school to post-secondary education to employment, and that's extremely important in a P-TECH, is that entire process all the way to employment. The purpose of Seguin Pathways in Technology Academy is an open enrollment high school focusing on workforce pathways aligned with high demand, high wage fields. And students will be provided the opportunity to earn an Associate of Applied Science degree and a Pharmacy Technology certificate through Northwest Vista College, in addition to their high school diploma. As part of this process, they will also have work experience in a pharmacy environment before they ever graduate from high school. And so the opportunity for employment there immediately out of high school is just tremendous. We are in our recruitment time right now. We are recruiting from our current 8th grade classes. So our first cohort will be our 23-24 students. We have already made some visits to the middle schools, just as kind of informal social visits to get to know the students a little bit and let them get to know us. And then we've presented to the middle school AVID classes the difference in both the early college, high school, and the P-TECH choices. In February, we will be doing Chart Your Course with 8th graders, which is an event that we hold at the high school where all the 8th grade students come and they can view all the things that are offered at the high school. And so P-TECH will have a booth there. It will be manned by some of our current pharmacy tech students. So they'll get to see what a pharmacy tech really looks like and what the students that are currently in a similar program are doing. We will have applications available in February online for students to begin to apply to both the early college, high school, and the P-TECH Academy. We will have a parent information breakfast and an evening information section also. We feel that this is a program that really needs to be explained well to parents, because once parents understand what this program is about, then they can encourage their students, if they're interested in that, of the benefits of the program. In March will be our application deadline. We are actually, for the P-TECH program, we're going to conduct some student interviews. It's not part of the application or requirement process to be admitted to the school, but we really felt like that sitting down with a one-to-one interview with students about why do you want to do this will help kind of focus them in on what the path is, get a feel for how dedicated they are, and get them thinking about that they're responsible for those decisions that they're making there. We will review the applications. In March, we will provide the TSIA testing at the middle school, so students will have an introduction to what that's like. And then in April, we'll notify the students that are accepted into the program. In May, we will be visiting the middle schools and doing the personal graduation plans with students. So we are, once again, I think Ms. Haas touched on that, we're talking with students, we're talking with parents. It's still an opportunity to make decisions which way you want to go. And then those students that are accepted and have signed and agreed to it, we will have a commitment signing ceremony. And we did that last year with the ECHS, and it's really fun to go in and have the students sign that they're going to go to this school and what a big deal it is, and they get excited about it then. And then in June, we will have a summer bridge program, and we're combining both the early college, high school, and the P-TECH Academy students in some of these activities. And I will open it up for questions.
I have a quick question. The P-TECH program, is it designed also to, if they want to pursue beyond just being a tech, that they can go to high school and maybe, go to college and maybe work in that field and go to college at the same time?
We see a lot of opportunities there. We see it could be an end program. You're a pharmacy technician, you go to work as a pharmacy technician, and you are happy and that's what you want to do. But there's lots of opportunities past that. I personally have had experience with students who were pharmacy techs who went on to physician's assistant school, or even doctors who went on to medical school. So, or something, to me, it's they have the opportunity to learn the vocabulary and to experience that medical terminology, and that's going to put them ahead of an awful lot of students coming out of high school, going into a pre-med program. They're not going to have all of that knowledge. So yes, it could be an end step, and it could be just the beginning.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
And let us know when that signing day is so we can come to the middle school.
Okay. Yes.
I have a question. How many students has Parker's agreed to work with each year? Do they have a limit?
We don't have a limit at this time. We have some other pharmacies in places lined up that we think will participate also. We think they'll be able to handle that first couple of cohorts as they go through, but if the program continues to grow, we anticipate we'll need some more resources, but people are already coming to us and saying we'd like to be part of that.
That's good news.
Yes.
Thank you.
Our first cohort, we're shooting for 25, and our hope is if we grow, we'll be able to add additional FTEs and
have the resources that we need, so.
And in answer to your question as well, we have had preliminary conversations with others. Parker's is our primary partner, and really, part of that is wanting to get Parker's name out there too. It's a huge part of why we have pharmacy tech. But there are, I mean, I've had conversations with Walgreens, with CVS, we've met with other, with GRMC, and so there will be a number of partners on board when our students, even coming in for question and answer sessions with the students early on in the process, all the way to having those students donning a smock and working in their environment.
I have one question. What are we looking at for an incoming 9th grade class, like total? So like 25 out of how many are going to get in this program?
So 25 is our max.
How many applicants are we talking about possibly? Like, what's the graduating class of the 9th grade class look like?
Approximately 560. Yes.
So early college, high school. So our MOUs bind us to also what we can do. And so for the first cohort, again, because of our space and our FTE for our teacher, we're looking at 25. The lab courses, the college requirements is that we can only have 10, but we could have multiple sections, right, if we needed to. So lab courses can only have 10, and then early college, high school, where we can recruit up to 125 if we wanted to per cohort. So lots of different opportunities for our students.
So out of 500, we're looking at 150 total for ECH and PTEC. Okay, so that's only like 400 out there to do
Other either certification programs,
The CTE route, the AP route.
There's still dual credit classes available.
Okay, I'm just for our overall score.
Yes.
We're trying to target
Correct.
500.
So like AP and dual credit, for example, yes,
Right,
would be great opportunities.
I do think that, to clarify though, that 125 out of 5, that's that are going dual credit in high school. We're still working on college, career, and military readiness on every one of those other students, whether that be in a welding program, in an AP program, any number of other areas that those students would have the opportunity to meet. And so, if we were to fill it, that's the point at which, yes, we come back and say, okay, we have greater need. Can we have the resources? That's when we'll come back to you and say, we need the resources now to be able to build more.
A bulk of our students do the up to 42 hours because they still do football and band, or football and CTE, and so we do have a good number of students who get up to the 42 hours, or who get really close to that, and our MOU allows us to do that. So if we didn't have ECHS, it might be a little bit more difficult, but because we've expanded our dual credit courses through early college, high school, a lot of our students get close to that 42 hours, if not 42. So.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on the elementaries. When you said they're going to try and bring it down to the elementary level, seems like if you aren't doing it already, like what they're doing about mine with those committees, that might be a good opportunity to get a link with them.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you. No worries.
Thank you all for your presentation.
We'll move on to item 4B, which is secondary monthly report. For this, the Board of Trustees receive an update regarding the Seguin High School, Riesemeister, and Jim Barnes.
Good evening, President Guerra, board members, Dr. Gutierrez. It's my pleasure to be up here again to give an update on the state of HAB and where we're going. So here we put some pictures up of some of the things that are happening at AJB. Off to the side is the library on wheels. Due to construction, we've had to kind of rearrange some things, and one was the library. But of course, Ms. Young, our librarian, is amazing, and she came up with this wonderful idea of, well, guess what? The books are going to go to them. And so we used our lunchtime to bring some of those books into the lunchroom for them to check out. And it's been a great hit. I'm thinking we need a bigger cart too. So those are some pictures. We have our second actually, intercession, and it is a great hit. The first one, a lot of the students talked about it. And so now we're moving into our baseball theme and having lots of fun activities, and of course honing in on our math and reading. So that is our intercession. On the bottom there we have our spelling bee participants. We're super excited that they participated, and look at those smiles. I mean, that says it all. And then of course this last picture over here is our targeted intervention. We had to go back to the drawing board for our grow period. It is all about adjusting for what our kids need, and we knew that a big chunk of time had to be split up so we can really hone in and target our students and what their needs were. And what better than our math teachers and our reading teachers. So that picture shows one of our language arts teachers in a targeted intervention. All right, so I'm going to have Mr. Adiola talk about our attendance.
Good evening, Board President Guerra, Dr. Gutierrez, and Board, and guys, happy National Board, National Board Appreciation Week, month, whatever it is. Thank y'all for everything y'all do, guys. Really, we appreciate your work. And part of that is attendance, and so we are happy to show the continuing also positive trend that we have our attendance this year at AJB. Last year around this time in January, this goes up to last Friday, the 20th. We were at 82% last year. This year we're at 92. I went back and looked because it also mimics a little bit of what the other middle school shows. Last year that was the uptick in the second wave of the variants and all that kind of stuff, and so people came back from the holidays. But we're good to see that obviously we're continuing that trend up. December also from that 90 from last year to 92% this year. We're doing awesome. We continue to do our weekly attendance meetings with our attendance clerk and truancy officers. We have done a couple of truancy referrals already and some of the work that we've been doing with our students. We also continue to celebrate our students we have a real little competition with gummy bears, and it's between 6th and 7th grade this month. And so we'll see how it ends up, one more week of that going, but really laser focused. And we remind our kids every single day of attendance, and hopefully we can get that 95% goal. We know it's high, but we're awesome to see this positive trend going forward with attendance. Thank you. Next, and then we have we had asked, there was a request to have our Friday attendance percent put up there, and so we started a good semester. We did have 91% on the 6th, 13th, on the 13th we had 89, and then we had 91%, and so we're starting to see some really good attendance on Fridays. And so it's nice to have our kids for PBL. That's also where we're doing intervention. That sort of goes a little bit of flyer we put together for parents, explaining the changes that we did to Friday to include and reflect the Toros Grow targeted intervention into math and reading. And so that is reflected on the flyer and the visual there. All right, and next I'm going to introduce our academic dean to talk about our data.
Good evening. What we did up here is originally we had put the Math Star scores for the grade level. So originally we had 6th grade, but as we said last time, we want to make sure and look at our growth. And so the scores that you're going to see in blue is actually their scores in the previous year. So that 73 under 6th grade is actually them in 5th grade. So the kiddos who are at AJB, that's what they scored. Right now, where we're sitting at interim 2, which was half of that release star, is at a 61-16-2. That is the combined score for 6th grade advanced and 6th grade on level, because they take the same assessment in 6th grade. They don't take separate tests. But what we wanted to do was pull out those meets and masters kids to see if we're growing them. And we are. We are hitting those meets and masters in 6th grade. What we've got to do is get them on board with our approaches and push up our meets. In 7th grade is when we take this huge split in the road. Because what happens is those 6th grade students that scored that 61-16 end up either going an advanced route or going regular on level. What happens is those kiddos who carry some of those higher scores in 6th grade end up pushing into that 8th grade score because those 7th grade advanced kiddos take that 8th grade test. So we want our teachers to really hone in on, if those kiddos come out to our 8th grade test, what are we doing? And that's where our red is right now, and we know that. Today we approached it in our PLC. We had huge data meetings, talked about intervention, what we're pushing through GROW, and what steps we're going to take to have small group classes and make sure that we're utilizing every person on our campus to intervene with those kiddos. I think one of the biggest deals to them, and we talked to them about it today, is we've got to hit our 6th graders really, really high on that one test so that when that break in the road happens in 7th grade, it's not detrimental. So that was a really big aha today in our PLC. Our 8th grade assessment combines that 7th grade advanced with our 8th grade, and they are improving. I want to highlight, you guys, the score that these kiddos scored last year, which was a 27%. We already are hitting them almost double in our approaches, meets, and masters, and we're not done with the year yet. We still have months to work with these kiddos and get them to practice the way that we expect them to perform that day in May. Our algebra scores right now, we've already come up from the interim 1 to interim 2. We've got a teacher on board right now that we are pushing with motivation and pulling him out to meet with the Barnes teacher and PLCs. That way it's not one person planning by themselves, but collaborating to try and bring up the scores for both campuses. If there's any questions about that or intervention, I'm happy to answer.
Ms. Guzman, if you can just talk a little bit more about the conversation we had regarding math and just some of the structures that are going to change to ensure that kids are getting the needed support at this time of the year.
Yes, so recently we had a meeting with SLT to discuss our scores. They're not where they need to be. We know this. We know our students can do much, much more. So with the help of the SLT, we kind of looked for some of the weaker areas. One of them that was brought up was walkthroughs from admin. And so looking at a closer lens, what is the information that we're giving teachers? And Ms. Bettis kind of broke it down for us a little bit to share. We need to be very direct, and we need to know what is going on. How are we going to improve instruction now? This is not something that we can wait on. This is not something we can wait for next year. It has to happen now. So it was great conversation leading us to where we need to be. A couple of other things that were discussed were tutors and the change in possible schedules to get some more interventions plugged in. But really the work happens in the classrooms. And I'm happy to say that going into the classrooms, seeing the culture change from teachers that were shy to now more collaborative, asking questions. A lot of the admin team go in and we're doing co-teaching with our teachers to go into the classrooms and be able to stop what's going on and say, okay, what's happening here? Let's work together. That is what's happening at AJB. And I know our scores don't show that, but they will. We're heading in the right direction. We've got a great leadership team above us making sure that everything is met because our kids can do it. We know this. We've seen it. So those are just some of the highlights that we've had, and we're just going to keep doing what we're doing and improving as we go along. Any questions?
And I think I want to, we're undergoing significant changes with the way we instruct with math, which we have to because our board saw how the STAR test is going to look, and so it gives our board a clear understanding that our teachers and our administrators see with that redesign and why we are utilizing the Carnegie math. And the teachers started off strong, a lot of energy, and we saw a really strong implementation. But as you kind of progress, we're wired to do things a certain way, the way we've always taught. And so what Mrs. Guzman was saying is that just really providing more specific feedback and really looking at that implementation with the fidelity and identifying areas where teachers need support and what kind of conversations they can have in PLCs. How can we utilize our math coordinator as well, who already plays a heavy role. And so it's just that time of year where you start to see, just like students, and we're going to stand firm on what we expect with the Carnegie math, because it is going to be what gets us the results that we want to see, that gets us to where we saw our elementaries go last year with their progress. And so I appreciate their willingness to share and come and meet with the team on Monday, and I have full confidence that they'll continue to see progress in math. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Guerra, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez. We're excited to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about what's happening. There are going to be quite a bit of things that are in common with AJB, so we will go over some of that and hopefully have a chance to highlight some things that we're doing a little bit differently to respond to some of that data as well. We're in the midst of really beginning rebranding some of the work that we've done through our partner Transcend as part of our school redesign is to begin to talk about graduate aims. So we will be putting more. We've done some things on social media. We can't wait to get to that point where we're going to be doing some things on our walls. It won't be permanent because there's going to be some changes happening down the road, but we are excited. Really trying to tie back our work. Pretty happy with what we came up with here. We do want our kids to be academically successful. We want them to collaborate. That's what we work on in all of our courses, part of our feedback. Self-reflective, we really try to hit that at all times. We have a reflect period on Fridays, and then it just goes hand in hand with the district's vision, district missions, but having that courageous citizenship. So new look, thought we'd change it up a little bit. Talking about attendance, you can see we did have about, from last year, although we know last year we weren't out of the woods by any means when it came to kids getting sick. We did have some flu after COVID. We are up 7 percentage points. Our goal is 95%. We need to do better to get there. Continue to have, our dance is a big one. I can't tell if the kids or my AP likes it more. He does the DJing and all that stuff, but it is actually a pretty good turnout. It's good for culture. We also have the opportunity to have some adults come in from the community and help volunteer for that. So that's a little bit going with attendance right now. As far as Friday attendance, we were happy last week. It was the second highest week that we had yet. We were at 93%. Still, in all actuality, all full transparency, when it's all said and done, it's a little bit above a 90, average of about the 90% or so. We've traditionally struggled on Mondays. We've also and on Fridays. So we're also going in and observing pretty frequently, as Ms. Guzman mentioned, especially our new grow period. So we did divide that 90-minute period there at the end of the day into 2 periods. Kids get to move, teachers swap off. Cheryl has really been pushing that we need to get in as admin and get feedback. So we actually have a rating system that we're using for that. We've got into probably about 35 classrooms over the past couple weeks, and teachers are teaching. Kids are tiered, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Teachers are doing small group instruction. As AJB stated, we do have content-specific teachers working with the kids that need them the most. most. So there's a lot going on in that grow period, and you know, it's we're trying to get better as well at what we did. We had about a dozen or so. We had 11 Explore classes that kids could take. This year, or this semester, one of the ones that we're really excited about is student council. So we have a 6th, 7th grade class, and we have an 8th grade class, a couple teachers that are gung-ho to be able to really give the kids that experience. We just had some officer elections, so we actually have that going, which we haven't had since I've been there. So that's going to help as far as the student culture as well, I think. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Schriever, and you have some notes there for me.
All right, so looking again, we're happy with the growth we're seeing. We want more. Our 6th grade is well above where they started the year and also the beginning of the year, but looking forward to moving those meets and masters. So we're really looking kid by kid, you know, what do they need, where can we push them. Our advanced, again, is above, but looking at that meets, we really want to see those numbers moving forward. Masters is moving a little bit. 7th grade is where we're also seeing our most challenge there. So we did see a little backsliding there. But our advanced, again, Tracy kind of explained how that worked. Our advanced are meeting the approaches. We'd like to see the meets and masters move. 8th grade did see a little drop this time. And again, we pulled out the 7th advanced. So these are strictly the 8th grade scores. We did see a tiny increase in masters. But again, looking kid by kid, we're looking at why, you know, what are we not getting to? What do we need to move forward? Algebra continues to be a bright spot. We have a really good algebra teacher, and we were in her classroom today, and it was just kind of phenomenal. All those numbers and letters moving together are kind of Greek, and it was nice to see some of the kids that I had in 5th grade were just really in there, able to answer the questions, and just really understood it. So it was really good to see how they moved forward. As Mr. Schmidt was saying, we have restructured part of our day on Friday to be able to meet the needs of some of these students. We also were very fortunate to have Carnegie on our campus today all day. One of their consultants was walking classrooms with us, gave us some really good insight on where we need to be moving, things that we can tighten up. We were happy to hear that we were on the right track. She was very appreciative of all the work that our teachers had done, but did have some growth areas for us. So I look forward to, we debrief with teachers during PLC and then after school, but I look forward to implementing those things, and all of the teachers were very receptive and understood exactly, you know, what was needed. So I do look forward to that. Moving, you know, as Tracy had said, moving those people that we know we need into those positions. Our instructional coach has taken on her own growth period. She's also revamped her schedule to be able to team teach with some of our teachers. We do have new teachers who are willing to learn the content. We just need to get in there and give them those tools. So I expect to see these numbers moving rather quickly.
And I think Ms. Schriever had mentioned that Carnegie was here. They were here 2 days, a day at AJB and a day at Barnes. And they did give good feedback that we are, and they get an opportunity to see many other districts, that we are on track, on pace, and implementing with fidelity. So that was encouraging news. They also gave feedback, you know, on both campuses about the importance of gradual release of responsibility and really empowering students to take more ownership of their learning. It goes back to just the way that we've always taught math. And so it's certainly a shift, and we'll continue to work with our teachers on that feedback as we continue to implement this across the board in secondary, and they'll be here next month at the high school as well to do the same thing, observations and give feedback.
I have one question. Are we gonna be able to, is there gonna be an opportunity, Dr. G, for us to assess our middle school students before they take the STAR test, so that we have an idea of what we're looking at before we go into STAR?
There is. We do have a benchmark, which is a full shutdown STAR type, March the 24th, I think. So yes, we will be able to look at that, the most latest data, before we do move into STAR.
Great, thank you.
And that information will come to us, right?
It will, and that'll be for all content. So we'll do the same for RLA, for science, and social studies in 8th grade, and math across grade levels.
But everything you're doing is building towards that benchmark.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, every day.
So I'm just looking at the 7th grade numbers, and I think Breezy had the same problem. And I'm wondering what unit of instruction, what unit were they studying that seems to have really drawn them down? Was it, I don't know what it is, but I just hope that the teachers are sitting in their PLCs and making note of this, so that next year when this same unit rolls around, that they really know that they're going to have to change their methodology.
Absolutely. What we're seeing is a deficit in the computations area.
Okay.
So students are still struggling with that multiplication division, and thinking about the structure of the 7th grade test. That is huge.
Yeah.
And so just reminding them, we need to know our facts. We need to know how to multiply to, we can learn all the formulas, but those basic foundational skills need to be in place. And
I don't like to keep blaming things on COVID, but these kids were shut down, when they were really learning those computations.
They are our last group that missed an entire year.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Fortunately, we have the grow period that's built in, that is being revamped to ensure that we're responding to what we see in a timely manner. We've got the grow period on Fridays. You've got the tutoring that's happening after school with ACE as well. So there are many opportunities for students to work on the skills that weren't quite yet developed.
I just wanted to say one more thing. We got permission today as part of this redesign to allocate some of that grant to be able to have a call team. We are going to take advantage of intercession February 1st through 3rd. So we're going to be able to have a handful of our teachers, front office folks, extend a personal invitation. We have about 381 students that qualify based on just kind of our House Bill numbers, House Bill 45 numbers. But that's going to have a direct correlation to these kids that are in 7th grade struggling, as well as the kids that struggle everywhere. So we're really hoping that we can make that personal connection and see our numbers increase. I think the most we've ever had is about 130 or so, and which was last year. And I think that I know we're up for the challenge. We have teachers that are ready to do it, so hopefully we can get a good turnout.
Next item is 4C, in the Seguin Independent School District Strategic Plan 2025, monthly update.
Good evening, President Guerra, members of the board, and Dr. Gutierrez. This month, we come to you again to provide an update of our strategic plan. So I'm going to jump right into it. As you all know, we've been keeping a very tight measure on everything from our strategic priorities, our 7 goals, our performance objectives, and our action items that we want to complete by 2025. So we're going to take a deep dive into what the latest of the task force is, each task force by task force, and then we will bring up 2 different task forces to share a bright spot and an area of focus. So for the equitable student experiences with the CCMR folks we're talking about, we are on task for nearly everything except for the last item, which is taking a little longer than anticipated, but we don't want to rush through it because this is some of those systemic changes that in the way that we do things and that we're used to measuring things. So we want to take that a little slower instead of just rushing through it to put a check mark by it. The CCMR task force, you heard a lot of the work that they're doing today, so I'm going to skip through that one. The curriculum blended learning task force was able to move one item from off track to nearly off track, and they will share a bright spot with you all today. HR and staff, as you can see, is on track or complete with some of their items, the same as they were before November. Community engagement is right on track. Whole child, you will also hear from today. You can see that they were able to move one item to nearly off track, and they will talk about that in a couple of minutes here. Our student and safety discipline task force remains on track with all their items for the fall, jumping into the spring. And then the facilities task force was able to move one from on track to complete. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jaramillo, who is going to talk to us about our bright spot for this month.
Good evening. Steve Gonzalez is also going to come in. We co-chair the rigorous and relevant curriculum and a blended learning model. And so we're really trying to push our teachers and our campuses to take in the blended learning model and approach to teaching. Our bright spot is Vogel Elementary as part of their redesign. They're going to be the first cohort or the first blended learning campus task force. That was something that Steve and I wanted to really roll out this year at each campus, but you can see on under our highlights, we really felt we didn't want to put something else on teachers' plates in the middle of the school year. So we're kind of waiting until the beginning of next school year. So that way they know all the different task forces they can be on and they can sign up at the beginning. We didn't want to throw something new at them. But Vogel has decided to take this on. They're actually in Clear Creek right now, observing an elementary school who is utilizing blended learning. This is the second time that they are there, and they love meeting with the principal and the campus admin team to get different ideas on how to approach the blended learning. Vogel's identified 6 teachers to serve as their champions and 3 teachers to be the blended learning champion support to pilot that starting now. Awesome. We do provide professional learning for our teachers. Marcos Manrique is on Steve's team, but I think he's on my team. He is really strong with curriculum and instruction, previously in the classroom, and also really strong with blended learning. So he's in there supporting elementary ADs and secondary ADs in Kingsbury. Is this virtually? You will see Pete.
Pete, can you hear me?
I can, Steve, thank you.
Make it work. You make it.
Hi, President Karen, board members, Dr. Gutierrez. I'm sorry I'm not there with you guys in person. I'm unfortunately at a road course training all week, so I'm cold, but I'm glad that Steve has hooked us up with technology. And I believe Bethany is also here in person.
Here. Hey, Pete. Good evening. Dr. Gutierrez, board members, thank you for letting us time to report out. So I'm just going to jump right in. You all are familiar with all of this, so we're going to move right along. So for us, the biggest challenge has really been understanding the magnitude of all of the different pieces that go into really moving us forward as it relates to whole child learning in our district. We do have 7 strategic actions, and the 2 biggest takeaways really have been balance and collaboration. So you all have heard
all of the academic demands and all of the other things that's going on, just in the district at all of our campuses, the leaders, our teachers, our students, right, even our families are really having to juggle. And so with our work, we very much so know that there's nothing that we can do, just Pete and I, right? Or even student services and I, or even LLI, right? So it really is about bringing together a lot of stakeholders. So we have to have student voice, right? We have to have families involved in this process. We have to reach out and have teachers involved in the process on different committees, and then taking that, collaborating with our academic deans and with our principals, with the technology department, right? So there's so many different pieces coming together because this is systems work, and systems work is slow work, right? And so we know that this isn't something that would be done over the course of even this school year or even the next couple of school years, because it is systems work. But we are really utilizing opportunities to maximize existing structures in our district. So being able to go into, last week we did a super PLC at Seguin High School where that structure is already in place, and we push in behavioral supports, collaborating with the special education department, the behavior team there. And then this morning, right, we had a PBIS committee, right, that then brought in students. So really utilizing different existing structures to bring in just new ideas and more engagement. Again, balancing, responding to the physical, emotional, and mental health needs of our students, of our families, even of our teachers and staff, with also being able to bring together different data sources to understand what are some of the things that we're seeing in terms of trends, but also what are some best practices that are happening out in the world, right, in other districts and other states even, just in this domain, to continue to build out and plan for the future. So that's kind of where we are. There's a lot going on, but we have a lot of opportunities for collaboration. Everyone that we reach out to, including HR, everyone, right, is really enthusiastic and very much so willing to be a part of this work with us, but also understanding that there are other demands. And so steady, slow and steady is what we're doing. Any curiosities? Welcome to your turn.
Thank you, Pete, for joining us virtually.
Thank you all. I appreciate your patience with that. Steve, thanks so much.
Yes, sir. So the next item on the agenda is 4D, which is the Seguin ISD construction bond update.
Okay, well, it's an opportunity tonight to bring to you the first of what will be monthly bond updates. And the reason why we feel monthly is more necessary now than in the past is because while we are wrapping up the 2019 bond with the AJB project, we will soon be ramping up the 2022 bond and the projects associated with that. We just want to keep you guys apprised of some key things that are going on with those and possibly others as time moves on. But my intent is to move quickly, but also with the intent of stopping if you have any questions. So you may have to interject. I'll do my best to keep an eye out, but otherwise I'll probably go pretty fast through these. It will be posted and you can always review it a little more carefully later. This is a list of the projects for the 2019 bond, and this middle column here, which shows the actual amount paid to date, those are, for the most part, other than AJB, that's where we're going to land with the projects as we initially planned for the 2019 bonds. And so there's obviously going to be some savings. We've not spent everything yet. Of course, we've got to finish out the AJB project, but we already know there's going to be some savings. And I'll speak in just a moment what we plan to do with some of those savings. But highlights that I have in bold, obviously we've got the one project still going, the A.J. Briesemeister Middle School renovation project. It's scheduled to be completed in the fall of 2023. Now it's likely that there are going to be some things that are continuing to happen even after the fall of 2023, but the bulk of the construction, like what you're seeing right now, is going to be completed. And so interference with the standard operations should be minimal beyond the fall of 2023. And then I've also highlighted the land purchase, which we just closed last Friday on the McQueenie land, and now we can start developing the design for our new McQueenie Elementary campus. Big highlight. A couple of pictures. We've got lots and lots of pictures, but I'm just going to throw a couple out here each time. If you want more, we can always do that. This is an example of the work that's going on at the administrative offices, all those front offices that are right now in portables. They'll be so glad when all this is done. You can just see the amount of space that covers at the middle school there. Here's a snapshot of fine arts area. You're familiar with what the black box is. This is A.J. Briesemeister's black box nearing completion. This is in the fine arts wing as well at AJB, and this is the choir room. You can see the risers there and a nice facility there. So moving on to Bond 2022. We haven't started any of the projects yet, but we're getting ready. Right now, things that I'm highlighting have to do with safety and security and roof replacements. In fact, there's 2 items on the agenda this evening that address these 2 things. Well, actually, there's 1 item on the agenda actually this evening. It has to do with roof replacements. Safety and security, I'll talk about here, what we're doing right now, but it'll soon be coming your way. But before we get to that, I wanted to give you, this is a nice slide, maybe on your own time, you want to come back to this. It gives you an idea of what the time span is. When will we actually see work being done? You see there's a lot that goes into the design of many of these projects, and so you don't see anything happening, but that's not to say that nothing's happening. It's just that our architects are very busy, they've got a lot of projects, and these projects take time. So this gives you an idea of how we're trying to phase it out so that we can manage it as a district, our architects can manage the projects, and we also can manage the spending, which we'll talk about in an agenda item later this evening as well. So a nice slide there. Safety and security, perimeter fencing. So we're taking the concept of a layered approach to safety and security and with our facilities, and it's not just the campuses, it's every facility, this one included. You have to take an approach of, there's got to be multiple layers. And the layer that makes the most sense to start with is perimeter fencing. And so we have had a task force of a number of staff members from various aspects of district operations, from technology to construction and maintenance to safety and security, support services, even HR. We've all come together to try to come up with what would be a concept of standard, a standard for fencing around a given facility, and in this case, primarily a campus. So what does that standard need to look like? One of the first things we thought about was what type of fence material do we want to use? And initially we were talking about possibly 8-foot fencing that would be angled up at the top. It would be this similar to this, the cyclone fencing that you're used to seeing. But as we really started to contemplate that, it starts to look too much like something we don't want. Yeah, right. So The only thing missing is the razor wire at the top, right? And we really don't want that. So as an alternative, what we came up with, at the advice of our architect and James Bisogna as well, our construction director, is instead of using the typical weave that you would see in cyclone fencing, it's a much tighter weave. It's hard to tell from this diagram, but imagine the weave being much tighter so that it's hard to get your fingers and toes in there to climb up. And this is used regularly for this type of application, security application. It can come coated. What you're seeing here has a coating on it, so it can be colored in different colors. We're not proposing that for all aspects of property, but to the extent that perhaps it's in the front facade when that might happen, we're suggesting that maybe we go with a coated material that's a black. We don't have that in any of the ones that we're looking at in this phase one, but it is a concept. And so then by doing this tighter weave, we would not have that curved edge at the top. It would be a straight 8-foot tall fence, but it's the tighter weave material. And then has the coating, color-coded coating, or color, I don't know, colored coating on it if it's on the front facade. So that's the concept. All right, so moving right along. So what we did, we started with what would be, what we thought when we started would be cookie cutter projects. We chose the sister schools. And then once we got into design, applying our standard to the actual design, we realized there's no such thing as a cookie cutter. Every property is unique. So a question was raised recently, last couple of days, why not do all campuses at one time? And really what we need to do, we need to make sure that what we're thinking is practicable and can be implemented with some sort of a standard to all campuses. So and not only that, we want to be able to manage and oversee the construction. And if we go beyond 4 properties, in addition to what's already going on at AJB, we start to lose our oversight and we could miss some of the details. So we're gonna make sure that we can oversee this properly. So what you see here is what would be the fencing around Kennedy. And in the green area is, all of that is actually, yeah, that's replacement. So fencing that doesn't meet that 8-foot standard, it's not the tighter weave. We haven't used that in the district. It doesn't meet that 8-foot standard. We've coded that in green here. Red is brand new, and then in white is existing fencing that we will retain. And so in the case of Kennedy, there's a retention pond right here, and we want to keep that perimeter fencing that's around the pond, but we're going to go back behind it to completely secure the property. The fencing that's around the pond is 6-foot fencing. You know, it's sufficient for interior application, but not for a perimeter fencing for security purposes. We've also met some standards with regard to individual access gates as well as a large access gate. Every property will have one large access gate that will be 16 feet wide if opened all the way. That will allow us to transport portables if necessary, or large equipment if necessary. And also, as the case you can see, there's a service drive right here, and in the instance of a fire, the fire truck can get back here, and they'll not be able to exit this way. They'll have to turn around and go back out that way, but that's not a part of the code requirement. What we've provided here meets code. So that's the standard concept. Now I'll just flip through the other properties. And again, they're sister properties. Here's Potlawn, but you can see the different schematic and nuances of this property. They have a neighborhood that's coming in back here. They've got a block right here of trees, but nonetheless, we're still going to put this type of fencing in front of those trees. We're going to set it back enough so that someone can't climb the tree and just jump over the fence. You know, we're thinking of those things. So the schematic here is just in concept. We're not literally going right between the tree line to install the fence. But again, you see a large service gate with the service drive, and then you see a pedestrian gate on the other side. Vogel, there's a lot of challenges at Vogel. They've got a lot of property, and one of the things we were initially going to do is just leave some of this exposed, but then in talking with the principals, and I want to assure you that the principals have come in and they've given their approval of each of these designs. For their application, they feel like it's the closest to serviceable for them, and it meets the needs of their students, in their opinion. But the problem at Vogel is if we didn't enclose this, then that's a whole lot of land that the students can't use, because the principals are buying into the concept that when we enclose the perimeter of a property, the only way those students remain safe when they're outside is if they only go into the fenced area. So if we leave an area unfenced, then basically we're saying you can't use that. And that's certainly never was the intent. But they're not going to be safe if they're out in that open area. So we need to fence it in. Costs a little bit more, but there's no alternative. Not in the times we live. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, real quick. So the red is what's proposed to be the new fence, and the green is what's already there, or the turquoise?
Yeah, this one, I think that's really supposed to be green. It's just the coloring is.
The red is the red is the proposal.
The new area. It's all going to be replaced. So.
Right. I understand that, but we're talking that whole red area.
That whole red area, yes.
Bottom right-hand corner, that
yes,
big
sir.
open field.
Right.
They won't have access to that during after-school programs or anything like that.
They will if we fence it in. If we don't fence it in,
well, I'm just saying the fence runs around the parking lot, right?
Right, but this right here is open, and
right,
so there'd be a
driveway.
gate. Mm-hmm. So
how do they get to that big open field?
They have to come through here and go through a gate here, or they can come through here under certain hours and get to.
Well, I was going to say, because they do activities in that front field all the time, after-school programs and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the drawbacks. A lot of our properties have, property that is used after hours, and either we make sure the gates are open so that that area can be used, or it's locked up and it can't be used. If you look at neighboring districts, the Broncos ISD, you have a lot of new properties that are fenced, and on the weekends, in the evenings, if it's not a school event where the students are there, you can't get in, it's all locked up. And there may be some things that they do where they make some of those facilities available by special request, some special arrangement, but they're just not open. I'm not suggesting that we're, do that, but what the principals are understanding is their students during the day would not be able to use any of this area. Their students would not be able to use that if we don't fence it in. Now, after hours, they could use it, but we didn't purchase the property for after-hours use. It's a nice benefit that we've always enjoyed here in Seguin, but the reality of the world we live in now is, we can only do one or the other.
And I think, and the question is, I want to clarify, is how do students during the school day, during a recess break or PE, get to that area in the middle of the school day?
I guess for me, from what I'm seeing, is I see the big fence running along the driveway and around the parking lot, but we own that whole entire cube of property right there.
Yes.
Why can't we just put the fence in on the roads?
Oh, like, go ahead and put a gate right there.
Down there, and then we don't have to do all that fencing around the parking lot and around.
And so here's the problem with that. The logistics issue is that, so in this case, what you have, the buses come in right here. I'm trying to make sure everybody has the opportunity to see it. Buses come in here. This gate right here will be open during bus times only. The buses, when this gate is open, will come through here. They go up this drive here. They drop the kids, and then they exit this way. Then, when buses are not running, all other times of the day, this gate will be closed and this gate will be closed what that allows by having this open is all of the parents and all of the faculty that are coming in and out throughout the day, they will not be hindered from getting to these parking lots and getting out to the road.
I can tell you from going to school events by grade, not even a whole school event, but by grade, that parking area is not sufficient.
Okay.
So do they park on
So
the
we're-
Yes. That
The
whole
parking
entire
lot?
side of the school, that
Oh,
whole
understood.
entire like
I
west
understand.
end of this or east end of the school, where that access fence is at,
Gotcha.
that whole thing is covered in vehicles.
Over here?
No,
Oh,
to
okay.
the right, to the right of the school. That right there, that whole area is covered in vehicles. Out to the field that has vehicles in it. The field leading up to the track area on the left-hand side has vehicles in it. And that's by grade. That's just one grade at a time having a program at the school. So, I mean, I don't know.
So we may need to rethink how close to the, we may need to open up some of this.
And then I
So
said, we
we've done
own
that.
all that property, but we're fencing it off and we're not gonna be able to use it, right?
Not for parking, right?
Well, I mean, not for parking, but for even like for activities or whatever.
Yeah, if it's fenced, it will be able to be utilized, but I think the further conversation is making sure that before we finalize something, is that we really have a deep conversation with the campus administration to talk about those challenges, going out to recess, what that pathway needs to look like, awards assemblies, music events, and parking patterns before anything else. So I just think we need to do another deep dive after we, develop some schematics for every single campus, and make sure that we cover all of those details.
I bring this up because if you look at Potlawn or you look at Kinnicky, like we've looked at so far, they don't have that real strict, tight fencing area right around the driveway and the parking lot.
I see what you're saying. In fact,
Roseville has a big, beautiful open space that hopefully will expand into someday with something, but like, I don't know why we would restrict ourselves right now.
And I can
That's
also
policy.
put a little feedback into this as well, because through GBRA, we've taken, and Paul, you've been there, we've taken a trailer out there and set up outdoor activities for outdoor learning, nature learning, right there in the field to the left side. If you go back to Kinnicky, we did theirs over in the very front of the campus. Is that Kinnicky? Yeah, in the very front of the campus, and I see how that's not fenced. So, if you're gonna bring outsiders in, or, maybe you wanna bring a fire truck in or something like that, and there's no way for them to get out there, for them, just, for the kids to explore the fire truck or something like that.
And I think that's where Mr. Hilberg had talked about those 16 feet entrances to, keep for portables, but it's also for maintenance trucks to be able to go into if there's a need to have fire trucks go in to do something with kindergarten. Those large entrances will be there. But when you look, it looks funny. I mean, honestly, when you look at Vogel, but you've got to enclose that entire parking because of the traffic that the people that are in the parking lot. But I think the other consideration is having another conversation with the campus admin too, and really thinking about that design that will create an issue when there are large numbers of parents on campus.
Just one more thing on this, and I'll drop the Vogel thing, but you're missing the gate down there at the new crosswalk too. At the bottom of the driveway, there needs to be a gate right there, because they're doing the crosswalk thing from the.
What we discussed as a team, and then remember, this is in conjunction with the campus as well. This is not depicted as detailed as I would like, but we're going to set this back and we're going to set this back and have really wide sidewalks that go all the way through here. We're trying to eliminate as many gates on the perimeter fencing as possible. If we need to, we will, but right now there's no walkway once you reach inside here unless you walk on the track, and then you're going to have a gate somewhere else up here. So what we decided was, let's have a nice wide sidewalk going along here from the crosswalk to this entrance here, and outside the fence area they would walk all the way up, just like basically like we have at our other campuses. They're going to we're gonna funnel everybody in through that main entrance, that secured vestibule.
So here we're not just talking about doing fencing, we're also talking about adding sidewalks.
Absolutely.
But we don't want to tear up that brand new beautiful track that they just put in over there too.
No, that's not the intent. But we'll have to finagle around it, you see. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have all these concepts in front of us when some of the structures were built, or we probably would have thought them a little differently. So now we're having to just find a solution that meets all of our needs, both security, accessibility, usability during the school day. So yes, we'll do that though. We'll revisit with Ms. Eula, especially on Vogel, and see if there's a way to maybe bring that fencing, out so there's some residual spillover parking area available. I appreciate you bringing that up.
There should be some tire markings mentioned earlier.
And we'll bring that up on all of them. I mean, it's a learning process. That's another reason why we don't want to do all of them at once. Let's learn from any mistakes we might make before we duplicate it 1,000 times. And then here's Rodriguez. It's a little easier concept because there's not as much to enclose. It really pigtails right off the building. There is an exterior exit that will take the kids out into the ball field area in the event of a fire. That's a fire code issue. It has to be a certain distance away, and they need to be able to get into safe areas. So that's not as well depicted here, but that is the intent. So that was everything for this month. And we'll be back next month, and hopefully we'll have a nice revised edition for Vogel.
Just overall, I have a couple of questions. Are you consulting with anybody, emergency management, police department, other ISDs about like the standard of, like when you're talking about fence standards?
So our internal resources are reaching out to their external resources. So with Nikki Biddings and her department specifically focused on safety and security. But then again, technology is reaching out to their external resources because we're looking at what are some options with these things. We want to make sure that you can egress out of them. But if you do that, we want everybody to know you did that, So with the resources that we have internally and the experience we have internally, they're also going to their external resources for various different aspects of this whole project. And then, of course, what we know from other districts. We've got lots of forums that we're all on, and everybody's talking about this, and the fencing companies are coming out in droves. We are relying a lot on our architects. They've done a lot of this work for other districts as well, and that's a nice resource to have internally.
I just want to make sure we're talking with Ian, emergency management, police department, fire department, to make sure that they're good with response vehicles, SWAT vehicles, fire trucks,
Yes, sir. We have a monthly meeting with the Guadalupe County Integrated Response Committee team, and that's part of our conversation even before adjustments. So they're all on the same page with us, and they're part of our safety and security team.
Perfect. Thank you.
I have one question. About 9 or 10 years ago, every elementary had a walking track that was open to the public. Have we closed all of those? Do we have any of those left? I don't see the signage out anymore, so.
Well, I can't necessarily speak to every one of them. The walking tracks are there in various forms. Some of them are maintained better than others, but yes, they have in the past been made open because it wasn't fenced in. But now the concept is it's district property. We want to keep the kids safe, and so that's one of the concessions that we're having to make is we're going to end up fencing those in.
Somewhere like Weinert, they left years ago when they started it. The custodians would leave the gate open, people could use it, and there was a time that was cut off and they closed the gate. I didn't know. Did you try anything like that, or we're just going to stop?
The way we address that as a team that is trying to dive into this subject is let's get the secure perimeter there. And then we can still have conversations like that later, because nothing we're doing would prevent something like that, but we don't necessarily want to drive that decision right now. The world could change. It does in the blink of an eye all the time, where nobody even wants to think about doing that. Or everybody says, you know, we can do that. And there are other things even in a phase 2 approach that we could do that would add interior fencing that would allow things to be open. But there's problems that are associated with that too, because if the kids are in there and there's a breach, now they're pinned up in a smaller area, and we don't want that. It's just a lot to wrap your mind around, but we are thinking about it. We just felt like if we get the perimeter fencing in place, then we can start to have those conversations on what do we do to open up the property after hours and on weekends, things of that nature. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Now we'll go into item number 5, which is the closed session. Board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. 5A, pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551-.071 and 551.074 and 551.129. Consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. 5B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, which includes discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee. 5B1, discussion of appointment of a new board member after resignation of Ms. Thomas Jimenez. 5C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discussion regarding identified option for land acquisition. So right now it is 8:39, and we'll go into closed session with a 10-minute break before. So we'll go into closed session at 8:50. is 9:46, and we'll be convening to open meeting. 6, reconvene to open, item number 6, reconvene to open meeting. The only item that we have for discussion is item number B, possible action regarding identified options for land acquisition.
Yes, sir. I move that the Board of Trustees to delegate authority to Dr. Matthew Gutierrez, Superintendent, to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement and all other documents and instruments necessary to effectuate and complete the purchase and financing of the Irma Lewis Seguin Outdoor Learning Center.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion.
Second by Carl Jenkins. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. All against? Or abstain?
And Mr. Guerra, I choose to abstain on this vote.
Thank you. So it's 6-4 and 1 abstain.
6-4.
6-4 and 1 abstain.
That's
48.
6-4 and 1 abstain.
Okay. I'm used to hearing 6-0, so I got you, but I got you. It's late.
So now we're going to item number 7, which is the consent agenda items. Policy BE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of routine and or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable.
I would like to remove F and G from the consent agenda.
F and which one? G?
F and G.
G as a board?
G is in George.
So I'm going to read all the items and then we'll follow up on those two. 7A, approval of board minutes of public hearing, December 13, 2022. Regular meeting, December 13, 2022. And special meeting, January 11, 2023. Item B, approval of tax collection reports for November 2022. Item C, approval of tax collection reports for December 2022. Item D, approval of donations received December 2022. Item E, approval of investment reports for the second quarter ended December 31st, 2022. Item H, first reading for consideration or approval of the Texas Association of School Boards Policy Updates 120 affecting legal and local policies. Item I, acknowledge public information, tax request, December 2022. So all those in favor of approving the stated, so we'll vote from the one vote?
Need a motion.
Need a motion.
I make a motion
Well,
to approve the consent items as listed, excluding items F and G.
Second.
Cindy Jimenez made the first motion. Linda Duncan made the second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Against? Motion passed. 7-0. So now we'll review item number 7, item F, which is consideration and approval to contract with PB Group for architectural design and construction phase services.
My apologies for not being up here. I thought you would be pushing this to the very end that you were going to take it out. So here I am now. Happy to answer any questions that you have regarding the architectural design services. We're proposing that PB Group be the architect of record for the services associated with the design of the new elementary school as well as the Jim Barnes renovation project.
Can you first describe the relationship between PB Group and the district? And the
Yes.
other.
And this is, and I can certainly understand the confusion, which is really what led me to have a conversation with our architects. And they were here moments ago, and they must have left during closed session. Oh, they are here. Okay. So the relationship is quite close because Robin is with Pfluger and Warren is PB Group. The reason why this came up as it is now is because when I asked the board if we can contract with Pfluger/PB Group, that entity doesn't exist. There is no Pfluger/PB Group. They're two separate entities that work closely together on these projects and others. So in talking with Florin Popa, who's the lead architect who is generally on our campuses all the time, in asking him about that, he said that what they really are doing is PB Group is the architect of record and they consult with or subcontract with Pfluger. And so my request to him was, let's not muddy the water and have it look like we're having two entities do one project. We're working with one entity, PB Group is the architect of record, and then they will continue to consult with or subcontract to Pfluger for various different reasons. And Mr. Popa is here. We could certainly, wouldn't be inappropriate. He's working on several projects for us now under contract. If you'd like, we can certainly bring him up to answer any additional questions. But I just want to write a check to one vendor.
I personally didn't have any question. I had that exact question answered earlier today, but I disapprove of putting something this major on the consent agenda. The consent agenda is for items of a routine nature, and this amount of money is not an item of routine nature, as is the other one. And I feel like I really want the public to see what we're doing and trust that they can see each step of what we're doing. So,
Understandable. We'll certainly make note of that and make that adjustment. That's not a problem. My apologies for, if it came across presumptuous. Certainly wasn't intended.
Are there any more questions? Do I hear a motion to?
I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees delegate all necessary authority to the superintendent to negotiate and execute a contract with PB Group for architectural design and construction phase services associated with the new elementary campus and Jim Barnes Middle School.
Motion was made first by Cindy Jimenez, seconded by Denise. Any discussions? All in favor signify by raising your right hand. Against? 7-0. Thank you, Tony. Well, you're up here for another one. So item number G, approval of the general contractor for roof replacement at Kankakee, Patman, and Vogel Elementaries, RFCSP number 2301, and that's request for competitive seal proposal.
Correct. Request for competitive seal proposal. So this is the first of our opportunity to spend dollars on actual construction related to the 2022 bond. We want to go ahead and get these bids out and get the respondent online. The work may not start until the summer, but we can lock them in at a price now. And as you can imagine, roofing costs go up as the year goes on, especially once you get to the summer. So we've been able to secure the pricing now, and we're asking that you approve our contracting with Advantage USAA. We have experience with them, and we're very pleased with the work that they've done, and would like to contract with them for all three of these projects.
Does anyone have any questions?
Just real quick, on number 3, the weighted selection criteria, this was like, was that their total score? If you add all those up, that was their score versus everybody else's, or that's just like, what was their score compared to everybody else's?
So if you look at the exhibit that's attached, on the agenda item itself, I'm not sure where, if you're looking at item 3 in the rationale on the agenda, that actually shows the maximum score that any one respondent could score for each of those criteria.
Right.
But on the exhibit that's attached, you can see all of the respondents, and then across the top, there you go. So now you can see what the maximum allowable, maximum possible score was for each of those selection criteria, and then you can see what each respondent scored. And so price being the primary component, but then all of the others come into play as well. And I will say that every one of the respondents, we either have history with them or we know their work, our architects do as well, and all of them are quality firms. We had no respondents that we would reject just based on what we know about them. And that's why you see the primary factor in choosing this firm has to do with the price itself. All others, everybody was making the highest, mostly the highest possible marks. In some cases, under experience with Seguin ISD, we nicked them only because we, in our current administration, don't have experience with them at Seguin ISD. It's not to say they've never done anything with Seguin ISD, but we didn't want to give them a 0 either because that didn't seem fair in light of the circumstances. So, does that answer your question?
Perfectly.
Any more questions? Do I hear a motion to approve item G in the consent agenda? First motion made by Mr. Amador. We'll hear a second. Second by Glenn Jenkins. Any discussions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 7-0. That was it. Thank you, Tony. I guess you're up for the next one. That's why you haven't moved. Oh, wonder why you haven't moved. So you're up for the next one. So next, item number 8 in action items. 8A, consideration and approval of an order by the Board of Trustees of the Seguin Independent School District authorizing the issuance of Seguin Independent School District unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2023. Levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of the bonds, describing the form, terms, conditions, and resolving other matters, incidents, and related to the issuance, sale, and delivery of the bonds, including the approval and distribution of an official statement pertaining thereto, authorizing the execution of a paying agent / registrar agreement and a purchase contract complying with the letter of representations on file with the Depository Trust Company, delegating the authority to certain district staff to execute certain documents relating to the sale of the bonds, and providing an effective date.
I will say I did not write that. Our bond counsel is here representing us, and they're obligated to write it that way. And also our financial advisor, Mr. Victor Quiroga, is here. He's got a little presentation that is going to go along with this to share with you the market conditions and history and position of Seguin ISD. What this is, what everything you just read points to, is of the $131 million that was authorized for the district to issue in terms of bonds, we're asking at this point in time to execute 40 million of that 131 million that's approved. So just 40 million right now is what we need for current things on the horizon. And Mr. Quiroga will share with you the implications of that for Seguin ISD.
President, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, thank you for having me here this evening. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance, and we have the honor of representing the district as your financial advisor. And Mr. Bragg, welcome to the board. Basically, I'm not the lender. I'm not lending you all $40 million. What I do is I'm just an extension of Mr. Hilbert's staff, and I just help the district with the process and try to get you the best interest rate possible is what I do. We're here today to present to you a financing plan associated with the long agenda item that you read, Mr. Guetta, and moving forward with the issuance of the bonds. And so we'll just briefly overview what we're looking at right now. As you know, the community allowed us to issue $131 million on their behalf to address the projects that you presented to them in November 2022. The first slide after the cover sheet, this is just looking at the last 10 years of municipal bond interest rates. They did start spiking up this past year, but most recently started getting a little bit more into our favor, so that's good. But to put it in perspective, this is a graph, this next slide, looking at since 1961, how high interest rates used to be like in the 80s. When school districts were selling bonds for about 14%. Fortunately, we're not there right now. We're probably will be selling bonds in the 4% interest rate for the district when we enter the market. This is just a look at your existing debt portfolio. These are just the bonds listed that are outstanding, about $157 million in principal, and you can see the bottom left side, the bar graph as to how those principal and interest payments will be layered out, and this is for your existing debt. The ratings, the district is financially strong. All of our bonds that we have outstanding carry the best and safest rating at AAA because of the permanent school fund guarantee, which is offered by the state of Texas. Unfortunately, right now, we don't have access to that. So when we go into the market in March, we'll be utilizing our own credit rating, which is AA minus and AA3 by Standard & Poor's and Moody's. However, I'm so pleased with that. I think we could still enter the market and get access to the market and get you all a good interest rate to start moving forward on these bonds, even though we don't have the permanent school fund guarantee. The AA credit rating, if you're in that category, that means you're a strong school district or strong financial, so we feel we're still going to be okay getting into the market and getting you a quality interest rate. This is just a summary of the bond listing projects that we provided to the voters. We told we could address these projects and potentially increase the tax rate from 30.5 cents to about 40.5 cents, so about a 2-cent increase. When we started planning all this for the district, we assumed that we would sell all the $131 million at once. That's not the case, like it wasn't the case in the last bond program. What Mr. Hilbert and the district likes to do very wisely is we like to issue bonds as we need them. There's no sense in issuing bonds and just sitting on money that we're not using. And so that's something, a strategy that we're going to continue to pursue. So right now, the intent is to issue $40 million in bonds based on your approval this evening. We could go into the bond market first week in March. At that point, we would lock in the interest rate and then get you those monies into your bank account in April. The remaining $91 million in authorization will just be out there outstanding, and just depending on when you're going to need those monies, the administration will give that back to you to talk about the next steps, which is probably a year from now when we're going to sell the remaining bond authorization. So the agenda item that you're approving tonight, basically what you're doing is you're allowing and giving the superintendent and Mr. Hilberg authority to move forward with the bond documentation, the offering documents. You're giving them authority to go into the market in March, enter the bond market and lock in the interest rate, and then they have the authority to sign the final documents to lock in that interest rate on your behalf. And then there's no need for any other board meetings to take further action on this. The parameter sell order, the length of time, the shelf life is about 12 months. However, we do expect that we're going to enter the market in March and fulfill this authority that you're providing to the administration. Again, the amount that we're looking at is $40 million. The last page here, ladies and gentlemen, I know we're talking about issuing more debt and new debt, but just wanted to take this opportunity to remind the district, and this is something we provided the voters, is that the district isn't only issuing new debt and incurring new debt, but the district has been very prudent over the years and pursuing refinancing opportunities when it can. We're doing a defeasance program where we're taking extra money that we're bringing in and paying off debt early. And so that's totaled about $23.1 million in interest cost savings that you provided to your taxpayers since 2006. So I'll be happy to answer any more questions on my way of trying to summarize a very long order that you had there, but that's essentially what we're doing. We're just asking your approval to move forward on the $40 million financing.
Does anyone have any questions?
You know, I just have a comment. You know, the voters vote $131 million, and so I think we need to get to work, right? Yeah, get those bonds issued.
Do I hear a motion for the approval of action item A, 8A?
Mr. Garrett, I move that the Board of Trustees adopt an order approving the issuance of Seguin Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds Series 2023 and authorizing the Superintendent of Schools and Chief Financial Officer to approve the final sales terms of the bonds in the amount of $40 million.
Second.
Motion was made by Denise, seconded by Joshua. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you very much for having us, and we'll get to work instead of getting to the markets. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to move on to action item 8B, which is consideration and approval of an order calling a bond election to be held by the Seguin Independent School District, making provisions for the conduct of election, and resolving other matters, incidents, and related to such election.
So this is a request for approval to seek a bond election in May for $7.5 million, and this would be for use on the softball baseball complex.
And if I can interject, there were a lot of bonds that failed in November. You know, we were very fortunate that our Proposition A passed, and I'm very thankful and grateful for the community's support. Unfortunately, Proposition B did not pass, and many other districts are going back out, some of them deciding in May, others waiting until November. What I believe we should do is really give the voters another opportunity to make a decision. The largest bond in Seguin ISD's history, and there was a lot that bond package entailed with safety and security, a new McQueenie Elementary, and ag science facility, Barnes expansion, and the list goes on. And so there wasn't as much emphasis placed. I mean, you're limited in the amount of emphasis you can place on any one part of that bond package. This would allow an opportunity to solely focus on that one facility, keeping in mind that we do not have a baseball facility of our own. Most districts do. The great thing about this is that there would not be a tax increase. So I do believe that there would be more of an openness to it. I do believe. I believe that it will take a different type of approach, considering that it is on a much smaller scale and it is an athletic facility. But I think we all agree that one, we need the baseball facility, and we've seen the conditions of our softball facility. I think we go out to voters one more opportunity and hopefully get the support that we are looking for before coming back to the table to brainstorm ideas. And I know we had conversations several years ago about some possibilities, but a lot has changed in the last 4 or 5 years when you look at the cost of construction, as well as just the way that the economy is. And we had discussions about possibilities and looking at fund balance. Well, the cost of building a facility like this continues to rise, and I can't imagine what the cost would be in a year or 2 or 3 down the road, and would we get to a place where we have to do it in phases, well, who gets priority? Is it boys or is it girls? And so we could likely end up in a place where we're making some difficult decisions, but right now, we all know that those two programs are hurting, and there is a strong desire to complete that high school package that we've been talking about since the high school opened, by completing the stadium and making other upgrades as well. And so we made it, as a superintendent's leadership team, had conversations about the best time to go out, what would be appropriate, and our recommendation right now is to come to the board to look at the possibility of going out for a very small bond in May that would not have a tax increase.
Anybody have any questions or comments?
I do. I have a couple of questions. How do we have a bond without a tax increase?
So property values go up historically, and in the last few years, property values have gone up a lot faster in this area than we've ever seen in the past. And so we've been, in fact, in the previous agenda item, Mr. Quiroga, our financial advisor, shared with you the defeasance amount that we're able to apply, paying down debt early. And so even with the tax rate that we've had, we've actually collected more in terms of tax than what we needed. We use those dollars to buy down debt. When we buy down debt, that actually gives us more capacity. We have less debt to pay, and therefore that coupled with the fact when we do a refunding or a refinance, you wouldn't do that unless your annual requirement would be going down, and so that's what we've taken advantage of. So with all of those factors in place, without raising the tax rate at all, we're still able to generate enough in tax collections to pay the debt that would be associated with the $7.5 million. There's really nothing that would prevent that. What we could see if property values continue to grow, that even in spite of a small bond like this, we would even reduce the rate. Now, that would be a decision the board would make, because conversely, you could just defease even more debt. Continue to collect at the rate that we're used to, and defease more debt.
Okay, if I can just interject. The defeasance program, basically we're collecting extra money the last 2 years to pay down some of these bonds really. And interestingly, the amount that we've collected this year and then last year amounts to about $6.7 million that we're paying off early. So in a way, you're kind of prepaying that complex side. And then really with the natural growth that Mr. Hilberg was talking about, the property values, it's an inverse relationship. The larger the property values, the more that one penny brings you. And so that's why we're able to build these models, and $7.5 million, we're able to fit it in without having to get the voters to increase their tax rate. So I just wanted to throw that in. I just thought that was interesting. The bulk of it has been paid for in a way.
I got another question. I wasn't here for the original bond presentation, obviously. I have a pretty good idea what I think this facility would do for the community, but can we talk about that? Like, besides the high school, boys and girls softball, baseball teams having a facility that we don't have to rent the one from the city, what else are we talking about this doing for the community? Because I know Coach Daly has done a lot the last couple of years, opening up the facility to the communities. And are we talking about doing the same type of thing? Are we talking about like being able to host tournaments and other people coming in like you did with the soccer tournament at the high school just a couple months ago?
Yes, sir.
Like we're talking about bringing more revenue into.
Absolutely, and part of the data that we want to try to get in partnership with the city economic development is just the impact it's having on our economy, as we have now state-of-the-art facilities and we're able to host statewide our regional events, whether it's for fine arts or athletics. It's certainly having an impact on our not only our district, but on our economy, local economy. But having a facility like this would allow us the opportunity to be able to host different tournaments as well, and to even look at expanding. There's been a very strong interest in expanding the baseball, softball to the middle school. There's certainly been some limitations, and in an effort to be competitive, you want to start to develop those skills early on. And a lot of our students don't have the opportunity to start in a little league. Those things cost and so forth. A lot of our students, their first experience with baseball is at high school, or let's say football, it could be in 7th grade. And so it could expand opportunities for more students. And Coach Daly, if you'd like to if I missed something or chime in, please do so. But we certainly would look at utilizing this facility to host our own events for our students, which we struggle to do. And oftentimes other districts don't want to come to our facilities, specifically with these two sports, because of the conditions, especially with baseball.
Yeah, to kind of answer that, we will open it up. So we'll bring in the same type of summer tournaments, but not only that, we'd be one of the few turf fields in the area. So once we get to playoff times, we'll be able to host triple headers. I mean, we'll be able to rent it out as much as you want, because once you get to playoff time, everybody wants to go to play with not cancel games and go, because now, I don't know if you know, UIO has changed, and you used to have a decision to play 1-game series or 3-game series in both sports. Now 5A, 6A, you got to go 3-game series unless the weather says 1 dictates that. So a lot of places are going to pick turf because that won't, they don't have to do the weather. So people have to come into town. We've been working with the city. They're running a report from the last year on it. We don't have the numbers yet to show how the restaurants are bought in higher money. There's some type of formula. Honestly, I don't know that much. They're working on it to show us that there's been an increase of revenue coming into the city of Seguin when we're hosting events. So we will continue to do that with a facility like this.
And I just want to point out that this will finish the high school out. I mean, we have a fabulous high school fine arts center, football stadium, and this is the one lacking thing. And I think our students, our boys, our baseball players deserve better, our softball players deserve better. It really warmed my heart back in November when we saw some of those students out advocating for votes. I had never seen students do that before. So I was very proud of them. And hopefully this next time, if we approve this next go around, we'll be able to
Yeah, I mean, it does
show how much.
create a lot of stress on them some too. So like today, for instance, I personally had to go pick up the bus at the bus barn and bus some of the kids over. We had to go practice in the gym at Barnes because of the weather. We couldn't get on the field. The sun was out with the turf facility. We could have got on the field and got some work today with a field on campus with no tarp or anything to cover it. Our kids had to go to the gym and right down the road in Marion. They got to still go off to practice. So they got to practice at the beginning of the season. We did it. We had to go pick up a bus kids over. Some parents had to find a way to get kids picked up from Barnes. So I mean, all those minutes add up eventually. It's like missing time in that classroom of trying to prepare for a test. So our kids lost some time today early in the season because we don't have the facilities to work out. And we don't have, like our hitting facility, it was too wet to go hit it in because of the rain goes in there. So
just a real life example of the struggles, and this is an example of just one today with our athletes.
How much time do you think it adds to the kids' day and the coaches' day to have to go back and forth on this last smoky trip?
I mean, the athletic period starts at 3:16, the baseball athletic period, and so like for instance, football, we go outside. We start at 3:23. That's what time we start practice. Baseball, right now we have practice stated at 3:45, so they're starting 20 minutes later, a day. So minimum, that's just getting over there, and then getting them back. So 20 to 40 minutes on transportation alone. That's every day from now to hopefully May when we're in the plow. So that's 5 months of 20 minutes a day, or 20, 40 minutes a day. So that adds up with coaches away from their families, kids not be able to get home a little bit earlier. I mean, however you want to look at it.
So 20 minutes down and 20 minutes back, 40
Yeah.
minutes round trip.
Yeah.
So 40 minutes a day added on to students, coaches, and parents' days.
Correct. Yeah. And we rotate, like today I did bus, and then, because I'm coaching baseball this year, because we're short staffed, that's just how it is. So, but we'll rotate it through, so that way it's not always the same coach having them came back and be away, so rotate that. But it's still divided by, there's only 3 of us get drive. That's still a lot of minutes that we could have gone straight home a little bit earlier. So yeah,
So Coach, if you're seeing the playoffs now since you're coaching.
we'll see about that. Yeah. It's all, yeah. Coaching with the guy that I coach. That's making me feel old.
Mr. Guerra, I move that the Board of Trustees approve an order calling a bond election for May 6th, 2023 with the proposition as included in the order.
Motion has been made for 8B. Do I hear a second? First motion made by Duncan, seconded by Denise. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. 7-0. Pass. Items 8C, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for November 2022.
And so normally this would be a consent item. This is the first month where we're after our audit. And at the bottom of the exhibit, you will see the footnote disclosure that you typically see on our monthly financials. We'll bring that up real quick. And scroll down to the next page, right here. Maybe you can, there you go. And so I just want to bring your attention to this because you see it every month, but we don't talk about it every month. And I just want you to know it's there. You can always review it. What this discloses is where we stand in terms of fund balance and where we project fund balance to be by the end of the year. So on the right-hand side there, you see all of the assignments that the board has already issued this year associated with fund balance. And we discussed that, actually all of those were brought to you last month. Maybe if you can slide over just a little bit. Okay, well, it's difficult to read on screen, but the bottom line is we're showing that after all the assignments taken from fund balance, we'll still be in excess of the minimum threshold to the tune of $19.2 million of available fund balance above the minimum threshold, $19.2 million. That's what we're expecting at the end of this year. Of course, given the fact that there will be assignments along the course of the year. So I keep track of this for you so that you can always know how close we are to that threshold.
19 or 21?
This is 21 here.
Oh, I'm looking at the December. December is the next one. This is November. In November, that was our projection. When we look at the next agenda item, I had to put them both as action items because we don't want to have one consent item and then the exact same thing for another month in action. So, but the same disclosure is on the December financial statement, which is the next agenda item. So I apologize for getting my numbers mixed up. Thanks for pointing that out. I couldn't see it. Even with my glasses.
We have the blown up version right here, so it's a little easier.
So anyway, like I said, just only once a year do I point this out. The rest of the year it's in consent. Of course, as we did this evening, you can always pull something out of consent. We can talk about it more, but this is a nice way for you every month to see where we project fund balance throughout the course of the year. And we not only do this for the general operating fund, but we also do it for the other two funds that you adopt a budget for, which would be the debt service fund as well as child nutrition. But the disclosure is self-explanatory, and for this, I think it is. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Anyone have any questions? Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the proposed budget amendments and financial statements as presented for November 30th, 2022.
Motion was made by Cindy Jimenez. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Joshua Bright. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Approved, 7-0. Now we want to item number D, which is approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for December 2022.
I don't really have anything else to say. It's just the same disclosure.
Okay, Mr. President, I move that we approve the proposed budget amendments and financial statements as described for December 31st, 2022.
Motion has been made, Cindy Jimenez, and seconded by Denise. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Approved, 7-0. Moving on to item E, recommended the use of Renaissance Star Screener as our 2022-2023 7th grade reading screener.
Good evening, President Guerra and Dr. Gutierrez and the board. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the 7th grade screener. TEA requires us to have a screener for 7th graders who did not pass the 6th grade STAR assessment. In the past, we've used iStation. It was just never really used with fidelity. The kids didn't really like it. Teachers never really got a hold of the data. And so at the beginning of this school year, we decided to pilot Freckle, which is a Renaissance product, to see how teachers took to it. They really like it. They pull the data. It's easy for them to assign things and grow for the students. And so they really enjoy using the program, and so do the kids. It's hard to find something that engages middle schoolers. And since we do iStation every month at elementary, by the time you get to 6th and 7th grade, they're so over the stories or the characters, and so we wanted to find something new. So we have to bring this to the board because it is a TEA screener that we are requesting to utilize. We'll reuse it beginning, middle, and end of the school year. And again, it's for the 7th graders who did not pass STAR last year. However, we give the screener to all 6th, 7th, and 8th graders so we can track data over time. Yes, sir.
All right, so you said you used iStation in the past, but you're in a contract with them for the 7th graders now?
No, we're not. We stopped last year.
Would it be something we're paying extra?
No, sir.
And how long have we been using Freckle? All year? Or?
Yes, we piloted it at the beginning of the school year, so our teachers could get a hold of it, kids could get a hold of it, we could talk to them if they liked it, didn't like it, and they liked it.
Okay.
If we didn't have Freckle, we would be doing district-created screeners.
So this is the screener for this year, at the beginning of the year. So if we didn't approve this today, we'd be out of compliance with TEA?
No, so we would then give the students the district-created screeners, which are basically our assessments that we've been giving over time, the unit assessments.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the use of Renaissance Star Screener as the 2022-2023 7th grade reading screener.
Motion has been made by Linda Duncan to approve item number E. Second by Mr. Amador. Any discussions?
Yes, how much does it cost?
Do we know the cost?
It's comparable to iStation, but we'll pull the exact cost.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 7-0. Now we're going on to the personnel information, professional employees.
Good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Gutierrez, and Board of Trustees. I come to you with a recommendation for professional hires. We have 3 new hires Anna Benavides for Potlatch, she'll be the bilingual interventionist. Lindsay Bauer, AJB, she'll be a special education teacher. And Jacqueline Guzman is a 4th grade teacher at Jefferson Elementary. We also have 3 resignations for your acknowledgement.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the new professional hires for the 2022-23 school year and the resignations as listed.
I second the motion.
Motion has been made by Cindy Jimenez and seconded by Linda Duncan. Any discussions? All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. 7-0, approved. Thank you. Now we're on the last item on board comments and report and requests.
I have a comment I'd like to make in regards to the posted agenda for item about on closed session about me. I just want y'all to know I did not win the lottery. I'm not terminally ill. I'm just retiring from my job in July. And my husband and I have purchased a home in another state, and we're going to be making our way that direction. And so it took me a long time to decide that I was going to leave this board, because I feel very strongly about all the work that we've done. I've been here for 6.5 years. Here, I'll take one for myself. At any rate, I just wanted to let you all know the board discussed this, and they have some options looking forward to try to find a replacement. I'm not leaving tomorrow. I'm not leaving next month. You know, it's going to be a few months down the road. I just wanted to be able to discuss it with the board this evening, and didn't know it was going to turn into a big thing on the agenda, and everybody's getting phone calls, and myself included. So if you have any questions, you can talk to me one-on-one. I am going to miss working with all of you, I can tell you that.
Cindy, we owe you a debt of gratitude for all that you've brought to this board, and especially stepping up in a time that was tumultuous and taking the reins. And I personally want you to know that we are better off because of your leadership. So thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. All right.
Hey, Colette, I've done a lot for this district, as I mentioned before in the last meeting, when little did I know. Does anybody have any other reports?
On the Freckle report, I would like to know how many students are going to use that and a cost analysis per student. And
Yes.
what are, yeah, let's just go with that.
Yeah, I was planning on putting a board communication this week, the beginning of the year screener data, just so you can kind of get familiar with what it looks like. And we did find the price. It was $24,000 for Freckle. We spend $80,000 on iStation because it's in 2 languages. Freckle also has the adaptive platform similar to iStation. So they're not just using it for the screener, it's the whole platform. But yes, we will get
So like iStation, they can use that at home?
Yes, they can use it at home.
But this is for middle schoolers?
But for middle schoolers, correct.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So Freckle does have 2 languages?
Freckle does have 2 languages, yes.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask, Coach Bailey had mentioned that the city's doing an economic analysis. So whenever that report comes through, I think it's going to be very favorable, and I just want to make sure we push that out, you know, and make sure that we get a copy of that right away.
I do have one. When we went to Tasby, I went to a training about the weighting system that's used for AP classes, and I would like to see us have a look at the way we do it. I haven't seen us discuss it the whole time that I've been on the board. So the weighting of advanced AP and dual credit classes is changing in a lot of places.
Any more comments? If there's no more comments, we'll move on to number 10, which is adjourned. Do I hear a motion? Ben Amador makes a first, and second by Mr. Jenkins. All those in favor? 7-0. Approved.
10:36. All right.